Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Tuesday. It's hot, and I'm awake. Sorry for the delay. I overslept. That's something that does not happen regularly. So bear with me. I am about what time is it? 51 minutes late. So practically an hour late. Whew. See, that's what happens when I stay up late reading. Okay. My husband even was like, "Hey, are you?" Hi, Christine. I don't know if you're still here yet. But my husband was even like, "Hey, Are you gonna get up?" And I said no, because I hadn't heard my alarm, so I thought he was getting up earlier. He works a different. Oops, sorry. He works a different work schedule than I do. So when my husband was like, "Are you getting up?" I was like, "No, I got some more time to sleep." I don't even know what time that was that he got up and asked me that, but I should have checked my alarm. And then hours later, this is what happens. Oh my gosh, y'all! I feel so out of sorts now because I woke up late. I haven't even started my workout. Um, and I feel like I don't have enough water on board. But I did I did start and finish a book last night. Okay. So I think that's a plus there, good trade-off. I think because I've been staying up later, my body is just not kind of handling it very well. Because I got up late the other day because I stayed up really late, like 3 a.m. reading a book when I said I was going to go to sleep. And but I didn't have to get up and do something that day. But I don't like to miss the things that I am supposed to be doing and schedule for myself. So I appreciate you being here. I'm late, so once again, sorry for being late and oversleeping, but I made it. I made it, and we'll just go from there. Okay. Hello, Cherie. How are you doing? You've been needing some reading sprints. I've been on Love Island Hell for 6 weeks. I was passing by that yesterday. So I'm back to reading Last One at the Wedding by Jason Rukalak and Packing for Vacation. Ooh, several things. How are you enjoying Love Island? I hear amazing things from a coworker. I've never partaken. So, how is that? How is your book as well? That sounds very familiar. And where are you going on vacation? And for how long? Make sure y'all hydrate, by the way. Let me go ahead and find my hydration banner. Make sure y'all hydrate. Keep up your body's, metabolism. Or at least try to get it restarted if you're like mine. Cherie, make sure in your trip you hydrate as well, because when you are in a different environment, it's easy to forget about that hydration factor when you're all having fun. I know I tend not to hydrate, at least not on water when I go on vacation, especially a beach vacation. Mm-mm. So watch out for yourself. But should be a good time. Let me know all these little details. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. And that's another thing. Allergies have really been kicking my butt lately. I'll just have like a single solitary tear just kind of growing down my face from tear ducts acting haywire on top of already acting haywire. But hold on a second. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Gotta blow my nose. So I just have some Gatorade here, and then I also have some water here. So let's just do both. I feel so out of touch. You have no idea. I'm one of those people. I'm not rigid with the schedule that I have, but I do like to keep the schedule that I keep. And it's not like a specific schedule. It's just that I like to get up in the morning and do the things I said to do. Tuesday sprints are a particular one. As you can see, I'm at 10 versus 9, like I was doing for gay shit, which yay for gay shit. Let me see. I think we still have, according to my schedule, One more day of that, right? Hold on, let me double check. 14 July. 14 July. Today is the last day, y'all. But anyway, so my allergies too, y'all. Out of sorts, but I like to get up and do what I want to do, which is like I like to work out in the morning, or at least attempt to, and give myself the option. And I guess I still could, but I just feel like out of sorts. So I'm gonna just take a long walk. I think that may help me out, get a little Mother Nature on board. So Cherie says Love Island's over thing. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. I just see the whole streaming thing, so I don't really know exactly when it comes on. But it's over. The book is good. Vacation in Florida and plan to hydrate with everything but water. Adding a little water in there, nothing's wrong with that. A cup a day. I will say this, liquids are liquids, it's still liquid. It's water based. So I won't say that's necessarily a bad thing. Now, if you never hydrated with particularly just plain water throughout your life, I think it's a bad thing, because those additives can definitely add up. But it's still water that you're hydrating your body with. Okay. I just think a little clear water helps flushes maybe some of the other things that are in that water down. So, but where are you going in Florida? Let me know. As you know, I'm a Florida girly now, not, still trying to learn things. See them tear ducts, y'all. Still trying to learn where some things are. But let me know where you were going to vacation in my new home state. I will always forever, regardless of all the number of states I've lived in, I will always forever claim Texas as my home state. But I do live in Florida now. Liquids are liquid. That is true. That is true. I'm not going to deny that statement. Liquids are definitely liquids, but it is still nice to, I don't know. To me, I like plain water. I know some people are like, they absolutely hate the taste of water, of plain water. I'm not one of those people. I've just always been a big fan of hydration. So I don't mind it. Sometimes if I'm drinking too much of other things, I need how people say a palate cleanser. I feel like that's what water is. It is a palate cleanser. So I have this, but it kind of annoys me, like the electrolytes and stuff in it every once in a while. Alcohol and beer have sugar and all that good stuff. But I just, also water slows you down with other stuff. Let's say you're, and taking some adult beverages, which ain't nothing wrong with that, mind you. It slows you down to put a little water in between. I have had those times. I've had those times where I didn't use that formula. They were flowing and stuff happened. Somebody had to come get me. It was very embarrassing. Things happen. So I think it's good to slow a little down. I haven't started using my insulated cup a whole lot more lately, though. I will say that. I used to use a reusable water bottle, which I always suggest now when you go out of town to take your own like reusable water bottle or cup or whatever. And I've been using the cup lately because my water bottle broke and got nasty, and I was like, I got rid of it. But I've been using the reusable cup around the house because it's not reusable. This isn't a Stanley, but it's kind of that Stanley-esque. But this keeps my water. I will put ice in this at the beginning of the day, and I swear to you, it'll be like late evening, and it's still cold, and I still have ice in it. This sucker works amazing. I just keep refilling with the water. So that's what I use this one for a lot more around the house. I mean, even when I leave and stuff, but I do have a water bottle in case I want to go on a hike or something like that and actually take a water bottle with me. But I've been using that, but whatever, however you hydrate. Oh, all right. Anyway, you're going to Tampa and Kissimmee. Oh, okay, that works. I'm in the Tampa area, more North Tampa, but Tampa area, and Kissimmee is more towards like the Disney. Are you doing like a little like a little tour, Florida tour? Are you going to do the theme parks, go to Disney and Universal? Yeah, y'all, watch out for them tickets. They be expensive. Oh my gosh. I was looking them up the other day and dang. I know Alicia with Alicia's Books and Things is like an avid Disney fan. She also stays in Florida, but she's more east of me. but she's closer to Disney than I am. But she's an avid Disney person and goes all the time and stuff. And I'm just like, wow, them tickets can get pricey. Ugh. I've been twice. I have not been since I moved here. No desire to go to Disney again. It's if you have the dollars, it's a nice thing to go do at least once. So I'm happy that I went. This was eons ago. But no desire to do it again, Universal, I wouldn't mind. I thought that was pretty fun. Not something I want to do all the time, but my husband wants to go, so we should. I'm just so reluctant to plan a trip, y'all. I really do want to plan a trip. We haven't been anywhere really lately, but just local stuff. But I keep saying I'm planning a trip, and then I just don't have motivation. I should. Just anywhere. A trip anywhere would be nice. Just it takes time and planning and money, and he doesn't have motivation, which is why he leaves it to me. And I at this point really don't have motivation. I'm just enjoying being alive and nice warm weather and driving to the beach. So but really blessed to stay in an area where there's so many things to do and access to get places, and we'll see. I'm not in any hurry. It's not like you have to go places, but it'd be nice to go do something. Cherie says no park, no park. This time, few days at the beach, and then a few days at our vacation home in Kissimmee. Very low key vacay. Well, that sounds pretty nice. Still sounds pretty nice. Do you have a pool at the little vacation home? That ought to be pretty cool too, as well. I love a good pool if I can't get to the beach, which I love the beach paramount. But it's nice to have access to both. I will say that. I thoroughly like having access to both. I don't have a pool at my house, but I have one in my community, and I regularly take advantage of that. I wouldn't mind today. I got a blade. We'll see. I got things I got to do around the house and stuff. So, but that should be a good time. Good time. What's state are you in, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't feel comfortable, I understand. But yeah, that should be a good time. Which beaches are you going to go to? Maybe I can give you pointers, like I know anything, right? But are you a beach person? Let me know. I feel like I got to keep hydrating. All right, we're going to get to this first sprint shortly. And let's see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything I missed here. Oh, so there's a movie, if y'all are not aware, called Obsession that I've recently seen. So I'm just curious if anybody has looked at Obsession. There we go. I'm just putting this in for the chat. If you have not seen this movie, and if you like kind of gory, like crazy off the wall movies, you're going to love this movie. Okay. Obsession. In the last 5 days, I think my husband and I have seen this movie twice. It's like, we were like, you want to watch it? And we're not much for rewatching movies. Even if we can't remember all the plot, we're like, we watched it already. This movie, we were like, you want to rewatch this again yesterday? We're like, yep. So crazy, y'all. If you have not seen it, I highly suggest taking a look at it, okay? The one that came out this year, because there's a few movies called Obsession. I've read a book called Obsession. Cherise says, I'm in Alabama, so Florida is like going up the street. Oh, okay. You're right down the street. Okay, I get you. Well, that ought to be a good time then. And you can drive. I'm assuming you're driving, right? You can drive. I love a good vacation you could drive at. Not that I'm a big fan of driving. My husband loves to drive, so have at it. Here's the keys, babe. I already know I'm a passenger princess, okay? Um, that comes with its challenges, but still, I'm not driving in a whole new area. I mean, I have done that quite a bit in my life. It's just having somebody that wants to drive is nicer, you know? Um, but it's nice when you can just drive to your destination. It's just I feel like you're not on much of a as much of a time limits. I still like to leave the house and stuff and at least somewhat plan where we're gonna get going and when, but it's nice that you can just drive and not worry about I gotta get on a plane. How am I gonna get a transportation once I get there? I gotta get a taxi. It's nice not to worry about all that. Okay. And we've been using Airbnbs lately, which is nice as well because we have our dog and he doesn't tend to want to leave her home. So and it is nice to take her sometimes. But um it's just it's nice to just drive like a few hours away. You have your own vehicle, it's less expensive sometimes. I find sometimes it's a little bit more expensive to vacation in the US than if I was to go like the Caribbean or something, which is where I used to go a lot. So I don't know. But yes, it should be a great time. I like low key chill. Low key chill, but still high maintenance. You know what I'm saying? This is me asking about the movie Obsession. Let me know if you've seen it. Hello, Ren. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. What are you up to today? Starting Verity. Oh my gosh, y'all. See, on top of my eyes being an issue and also this allergies, which is why my eye is watering like crazy, vision blurred. Vision is starting Verity Guild by Mai Corlin. Why does that sound familiar? Mai Corlin is what sounds familiar. At first, when you said Verity, I thought you were going to say Colleen Hoover, which I'm not mad at that book. I enjoyed I enjoyed Colleen Hoover. Okay, for that one. Let me look up this book, Verity Guild. Oh, it's Verity Guild. Excuse me. Is it enemies to lovers romantasy? Nice cover. Political intrigue and murder mystery. Verity Guild. There we go. Okay. Slow burn romance. Oh, and it's the cliffhanger ending. I'm just putting it out there. It's not a spoiler. It says it. So hopefully you are aware of that. So you can be aware of that. That is a big thing to me. So I like to know that, especially if the next book is not out. Okay. So not sure about that. When the next book will be out there. All right, so we're going to get to the first sprint here. This is not a geisha sprint, so we are going to go with the race. You know me and these races, okay? Yeah, I need to do something different. I will. At some point, I will, y'all. I promise. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna write it down and be like, hey, let me find some other race timers, but I like this one, so we're just gonna roll with what we got. Okay, so pick your poison. We got some beautiful butterflies because it is, and for now, it's Florida. It rains all the time in the summer, so I'm pretty sure, unless I miss the storm, that it will rain and storm later today. So that is why I'm going to take a walk on this first sprint. But it's a nice, beautiful day outside. So in honor of that, we're going to have the butterflies. So we have red, yellow. Is that green and blue? I don't like the color of that green at all. It's like dull. Number 3 looks very dull. I want to do, I like 2 and 4. I'm going to go with number 2 for a beautiful, bright, sunshiny brightness. That's what I'm going to go for. So put in the chats who you would like to knock it out of the park and win, and we will go from there. Okay. I'll go ahead and start here. So happy reading. I'll see y'all later. And shake off the blue one. See, that was going to be, excuse me, my second choice. I was torn, and see what happens when you're torn. Make the wrong choice. Wrong choice. How's everybody doing? Let me know. Let me know. I'm gonna just, quietly beat myself up about making the wrong choice for that sprint. But that's okay. We got another sprint left. So number 4-1, if y'all are interested. Well, there's that. So how did everybody do on that sprint? Let me know. I did not read, but what I did do is I ate breakfast, which was just a salad. Watch out for those salads, y'all. There's this, at least in America, there's this listeria bug or whatever it is that's going around. So make sure that you watch yourself if you're buying a salad. Make sure wherever you're getting it from is a reputable place, and that they are aware that there is this bug or whatever it is going around, so that you don't get it, because that's nobody got time for that. So just make sure you're aware of that, so that they could have screen for it. I got mine in Walmart, which is not the best, but I only got 3 small ones. Okay. Oh, my eye is itching, y'all. Oh man. Sorry, got an eye issue today. Anyway, so let's see. I ate a salad. I paid a bill. Look to see any other bills that I can either pay now or maybe put off a little bit later. And I made some tea, which I am just now drinking. Delicious. This is what is this? This is licorice tea with a little bit of coffee creamer, which tastes delicious with it, by the way. Probably not the healthiest, but I'm gonna put a smidge. And then I didn't go for a walk like I said I would. I'm gonna do that on next sprint for sure. But what I did do is, excuse me, is I started my just a little lower body workout. So didn't finish that one either, but it'll all come together. I finished most of it, so I did do that. So that's the thing. It kind of discombobulates me when I don't get my like my workout in the morning, like when the pattern that I set. It's just like that was my plan. So now I'm like piecemealing things together, and I don't like that. Ideally, what I like to do first thing in the morning is start and go work out. If I can. I don't do it every morning, okay? But I'm just saying it was on the docket and I got up late. And so it kind of throws me off for everything, especially when I'm starting sprints first, I've had it enough time, which is why I have sprints at 10, so that I could potentially do my workout before, or account for if I worked the night before, which I did not, but just do my workout before sprints. So I'm on like the tail end instead of starting it. It's just a mentality thing. And I also patron sprints as well. So you have Alicia and Kelly with the Morning Pirates, stealing some time to write. Actually, they just finished up. So I was on that. And so I was supporting them. And then I went to Pearl's channel, and then now we're here. So time has flown. Okay. That's what that happened. I was asking about this movie Obsession right here. Let me know if y'all saw that movie, okay, and what you thought of it, okay? People need to be talking about this movie. I don't know if they've had, and I missed the discussion because that happens. But I've only heard one other person discuss it, and that was a coworker of mine. So she was talking about how great it was. So I decided to check it out when I passed by it because I remember her. I trust her opinion when she says things are good. So I decided to check it out when I came across it. Man, my glasses are filthy. What in the world is that? Anyway, so I was not disappointed. I saw it twice in the last few days. Okay, it was very good. And then I messaged my family, and 2 of them have seen it. I'm like, we got the sister chat going on. That's what we call it. It's 3 of us sisters. And I'm like, how come? Well, it's four of us total, including me. And I'm like, how come nobody done said something about this movie when they were like, oh, it's amazing. So only my one sister hasn't seen it. And I'm like, y'all, we need to be talking more. As much as we're talking, we're not talking and we're not discussing this movie, you know? So there's that. Anyway, good movie. I just wanted to see if anybody else did. Let's see. Oh, this is me saying to pick your poison, pick your winner right there. Hello, Bethany. How are you doing? Oh, Beth Ann, I'm sorry. How you doing, Beth Ann? Welcome. What are you reading? And Lachette, hey, lady, how you doing? What are you reading as well? What are y'all reading and doing? Speaking of y'all, so last night, you know, I read all over the place, okay? And I am not even, I might be embarrassed by this title, but I am not embarrassed by having read this book, okay? It is what it is, okay? Say that with an attitude. It is what it is. So I read this last night, right? Now, if y'all know Quan Mills, y'all know Quan Mills, okay? Like, look at the title, okay? I'm just saying, it's a book. So, let me know if I need to raise it up again, but I'm not going to say the title, okay? But I got this from the library. Now, if you know Quan Mills, like I said, you know Quan Mills. He writes like trap urban fiction, right? I like urban fiction. It's not my go-to. I will say that it's not my go-to, but I'm not mad at it. When I pass across some good ones, every once in a while, I will definitely read it. And I've read quite a few, right? But I've heard a lot about Quan Mills and have never read him, but he has them titles, y'all. Them titles be titling. And I've heard great things. But you know, I'm a library girly, and libraries they're not a big fan of urban trap fiction, which I say this, right? There's all different type of readers in this world. And there's some that like fantasy, some that's like children's books, there's some that like erotica, there's some that like horror, and there's some that like trap urban fiction. And I think if you stay in an area where there is a call for that, I do believe that you should cater to your clientele, which is your public, that would like those books. Okay, I'm not saying have them all over the place, but I don't see an issue with having something like that on the docket. And yeah, it's come through. Okay, I'm trying to see when I requested this book. I read it all the way through last night, by the way. Okay. Oh. It says I placed on, oh no, that was then. Okay, so I tagged it. I'm looking at my history for my Libby, right? So I tagged this on May 23rd of last year. May 23rd of last year. I would not have thought my library would come through with the Quan Mills book, but you never know. I have been surprised. So I ran across it. Here's the title again. I'm pulling up the Libby. Okay. So I was like, well, in case they come through, then I'm going to go ahead and put it on my list. And the library came through with this book. It was only 3 hours long. So I like my trap fiction to be short. I will say that. The library came through and I read it. I listened to it. It was only an audio, which was amazing. I'm so glad it was an audio. I'm not a big fan of just an audiobook. Hey, Miss Kiana, how you doing? Welcome. We're talking about Quan Mills, okay? So I wasn't a big fan of just having an audio with my books, but it was like, girls, I plan to go to bed. I had even gotten out of sprints and said, I think it was in Coda's sprints. I was like, I'm going to bed or I'm going to start a book. Okay. But either way, I didn't expect to last long, which is why I got out of the sprints. I'm like, I'm going to bed. So I put on this book just to kind of lull me to sleep, I guess. Cause you know, I work night shifts. So I like to try to stay up as long as possible. Okay. I can always sleep late, which I overslept today. That was not the intention, but I like to stay up if I can. I'll many times get out of sprints and kind of be in the dark because it disturbs my husband because I'll be in bed. But anyway, I got it was like a 4 hour, I think, 3, 4, I think 4 hours. I don't know. Anyway, hold up. What am I guessing? It'll say it on here. It's a 3 hour book. I finished it in a little bit over two, but I put it on and I was like, I'm gonna just get a little ways into this. And yeah, I finished it. Now I did look, there is another Quan Mills book on the Libby, but I mean, like I said, I like my trap fiction to be shorter. It's like a 9-10 hour book, and I'm like, I got some other stuff to read, and I'm not a big fan of reading the same author back to back. So maybe in the future I will read that. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll, have some other titles, but there's only two. Between my two library cards, there's only two. But I enjoyed this one for what it was, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But y'all, Quan's a mess, okay? But that audiobook narrator, her name's Karma. She did the damn thing, okay? Perfect. Chef's kiss, okay? Kiana has tried Quan Mills. I couldn't get past the first few pages, and I like urban fiction. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, when people use the term urban, you really have to clarify what that means, because the term urban, if it's correct, because I looked it up in the dictionary a few years ago, it refers to a city setting or something surrounding the city or around Black. Okay. So when you say urban, you really gotta kind of delve. A lot of times you can tell by the covers, I'm not gonna lie. Urban fiction, specifically trap urban fiction, because I do believe in my head, and I could be wrong, urban fiction versus trap urban fiction, like in the terms of Black, they're kind of different, because I don't know, really. I just feel like there's one that's a little bit more in the weeds, I guess, if you will, than others. But some people would argue that it's the same thing. But I have also heard people basically note that any book by a Black or African American person is urban fiction, which I don't like categorizing all books like that, because we don't say white fiction is whatever, white fiction, and all Black authors are urban fiction. So you really gotta kind of, people be getting sketchy, y'all, with some shit, okay? So just read the synopsis, okay? But this was some trap urban fiction, like the wildness of it, the language of it. I mean, it's a whole vibe. It is so not for everybody. It's not my style. Just even the content in it is, we read for escape and for something different. Some of us. I read for something different that's outside of my own life. For the most part, sometimes things validate, but this isn't a self-help book. This isn't one of those generational, could you call it generational trauma? Possibly. But, this was definitely for something different that is outside of my life that I do not want in my life. I do not live like this main character, Nunu. We are not the same. We are not past go. I don't even want to be in the same neighborhood, okay? But yeah, it was wild, y'all. It was a few hours of some fun. My husband was like, the huffing it, like he's trying to sleep because he works in the morning. Okay. I don't work today. Okay. And I work night shift. So, or I don't mind if I'm up at home, I'll try to stay up as long as I can. I just try to be respectful. I'm trying to go to bed around the same time he does and then just pull up a book, or something. Like generally I'll try. It's probably about an hour and a half after he goes to bed. I let him do what he needs to do. And then I'll come get ready for bed. But, I was just like, how you react to a juicy book? I'm like, all that stuff in the middle of the night. And I just know he was like huffing and puffing. And at one point I woke him up. I was like, babe, you gotta listen to this. I promise, it's the only one. I'm telling you, I was not prepared. Okay. And I read some trap fiction, but I was not prepared. I will say this too. a lot of times when you get to, I'm gonna just say trap urban fiction. That's the term I'm going to use to denote this, right? And I'm talking about, when I say trap urban fiction, I'm referring to, like, you're set. It's set in like a. I mean, I'm using the term ghetto because that's kind of what it is. Like just the environment, like the topics. It's crime, illegal activities. The underbelly of society type things. Some of the things you're doing are not on the up and up. Okay, there's some language that probably more in the um uh uh I don't know the lingo. I'm trying not to be disrespectful, but it's like a hello, Chantel. How are you doing today? What you reading? Let us know. Let us know. I'm just talking about a book that I recently read, right here. I'm not going to say the title out loud, but I started and finished it last night. Let me see if I can pull up. Yeah, started and finished it last night. Hopefully you see the title enough. Let me know. Anyway, that's the book. But hello, Molly. How are you doing today? Yeah, my husband was like, he was doing a little huff and puff, and then when I did have him listen to it, he did laugh. It was like 10 seconds, but he laughed and then went back to sleep. Okay. I didn't want to like keep having him listen a little bit because some of the scenes he might have got some ideas, and I was not. No, I'm not trying to do nothing. I want to listen to my book in the dark and go to sleep. Okay. You need to go to sleep. So I didn't have him listen to any real juicy scenes. But yeah, it was a good time. Okay. So if y'all like trap urban fiction, Quan Mills, you did the thing. And I will say this though, a lot of times when you get urban fiction or trap urban fiction, um, it tends to not be edited well. Okay. I don't know if is Quan Mills, for those that are aware, is he a traditional? Hold on, let me look this up. I didn't think about this till now. A lot of urban fiction I see is not traditionally published. Is Quan Mills traditionally published? But a lot of times they're not traditionally published. So a lot of times with non-traditional published or indie books, is it tends to have a lot of like spelling errors and not be edited well. It says Quan Mills knows his writing is provocative. That's the whole point. He has titles like Pregnant by My Mother's Gay Husband, Pastor Got a Stripper Pregnant. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, and his novels are written. He has about 71 novels. That's crazy. I did not know that. And with no AI. I'm trying to figure out if he is a traditionally published or not. Yeah, he has a very specific niche in the urban fiction space. So I don't know if I would call that trap urban fiction. Or I mean, well, that's the term that I would use, but it's urban fiction. But his niche, I'm gonna just call it trap. But I'm trying to figure out. Oh, does anybody know if he's traditionally published? I'm not finding it here or not, or if he's indie. It wouldn't surprise me if he's indie. Oh, no, you know what? I might do a little video on this guy right here. I'm not gonna say too much, but I'm trying to figure if he's a traditionally published. I don't know. Okay, so it looks like he started out indie. Okay, you got a whole article. Use the word, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't say it. Okay, well, anyway, good author, and I feel like he's edited well. Like I wasn't like trying to get through it. A lot of urban fiction, one of the big things about it with me is the editing, because I'm a big fan of you writing a whole ass book. Even if you did an indie publisher, run that shit through spell check. Like like Chat GBT. I don't know. I don't even use that AI stuff, but I'm pretty particular about spelling. Like I'm one of those people. Not to say I don't make errors, but I do attempt to even correct my text messages. It's just that my phone is stupid and just be typing little letters, and sometimes I miss them. But I will keep going back and delete because I don't like spelling things incorrectly. Okay, that's just me. But I really hate when you're going to put out a whole book for the public and hope all these strangers and people come by and read it and review it and basically just critique your book. Like that's what it is. You're putting out a piece of art that you're wanting people to partake in, and you know they're going to be looking at it. It's like a celebrity on the red carpet. They go through all of this because they want attention, right? Why? Okay, they're not going to go out there with their lashes all skewed or half makeup or splotchy makeup. That's why they got these good makeup artists and stuff. Anyway, I know that a lot of indie people don't have money. They just trying to make it, trying to get it out there. But I know you put this on a computer. There is spell check. Have a friend beta read it, okay? Like a lot of urban fiction tends not to be super, super long anyway. So it's like, which I love. I like a good trap novel to be short. Like give me 200 pages or less. I don't need a big full-length novel for some craziness that's about to go down. But I love the crazy plots. They always add in something just like, oh no. Like the end of this book, I was like, I did not expect that, So just things like that you gotta be aware. But yeah, authors, whether you're indie or not, spell check, sentence structure, it matters. It really does, because I feel like you automatically get a downgrade. Not that my opinion matters, but you automatically get a downgrade from me if I start seeing a bunch of spelling errors. I'll give you one, maybe two, maybe. After that, we got a full star, maybe even more than that. Okay, so you better hope the content's good. I really hate it when I see traditionally published books. Like this book been through like several reads and publishers and edits, and you still managed to get a typo in this piece? No. You still managed to somehow get entered, you move around paragraphs. Like, no, I just can't. Punctuation's completely off to where I'm having to reread it 3-4 times, to figure out what you're trying to say. Unacceptable for traditionally published books. Indie books, I don't know, some of these folks, they just maybe just trying something new, but still, like, come on now. Get it together, okay? Anyway, that's my rant about that. But good book. I highly recommend Quan Mills if you want something different. Just be prepared. His titles will just tell you already what you're getting into. If you pass across the title and that ain't for you, and you already think, okay, this is, I don't know, then don't start. Don't even bother, because I don't want to see some damn 1-star, 2-star about, ooh, that ain't for me. You know it wasn't for you based off the title, okay? I hate sketchy folks like that, okay? Just don't even bother, okay? Just go there. I can tell some books aren't for me by the synopsis, that they just seem like they're kind of dull or just too introspective, and I'm not trying to go that far. And some books just have a plain old boring ass cover that I'm just like, this book's gonna be boring and it ain't for me. I'm not gonna even start. It is what it is. Maybe I'm judging wrong, but we judge every day. That's what we're here for. We're judging our books, right? Read a good book. There's plenty of books out there. So little old Courtney over here not reading a book because I think it may be boring don't necessarily matter for anything, okay? So anyway. He got to be self-published. You never know. Apparently, he had his first book and didn't think it was be a success, and bam, he said that sucker went off. But yeah, it may be some trap fiction publisher out there. Maybe it's an indie publisher too. I don't know. Indie publishing house. I don't know. But I'm glad he has had very much good success. Okay, because I think it's a lot of books, a lot of authors that don't get the opportunity, especially in that genre, like you got some Zanes of the world, some Nasty of the world, or Entice. I said Nasty. I always say Nasty whenever I see her name, right? Isn't it Entice? I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know a lot of urban fiction authors. Just when I come across some, I'll be like, okay, let me go read this stuff if it catches my attention, but it's not normally my genre. Like I read one book called Boosting Around the Christmas Tree a few years ago, where a chick was a booster and she was stealing for Christmas presents. It was pretty fun, riddled with errors. I just can't do that too often. But this book was well written, plot was interesting, the drama was on point, and apparently he knows how to spell and edit. Okay. I ain't mad at that. And like I said, the audiobook was on point. Okay. Like I think I've learned a new way. If you get the right person for the audio for trap fiction, I think it's, you need to get this Karma lady because she did it well. Trap fiction is not one, if you use AI to read the audio, don't do it. If you can't read it with your eyeballs, I just wouldn't even bother. Okay, with the AI, but the audio is everything. Anyway, that's my take on that one. Chantel says, I have an odd question. As a white girly that reads and loves to support all of the communities, would it be odd for me to read urban? I look at them at the library and feel like I get a strange look. No, I mean, I feel like you should be able to read what you want to read. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that at all. Now, I'm talking like trap urban fiction, not like just, like I said, the whole thing of urban, a lot of people categorize things really weird, so, but we're talking about like trap urban fiction. No, I will say they tend to have the N-word in it, okay? Even though I'm Black, I do not support use of the N-word. I can read it. I don't say it. Even in my head, call me whatever. Even in my head, I tend to kind of abbreviate it a little bit, but everybody's different in how they think. But I'm just saying that because I've met people like this that got very comfortable around certain groups of people that they hung with and thought they could be cool and say things, and then you get yourself in trouble. Because I will check somebody saying something. I've not checked people around me that have said something, and I'm just like, I'm not that girl anymore. Okay, so but very sparingly this happened. It throws you off guard. You're already on to the next comment before you're like, hold up, what the hell did I just hear? So I will just be aware of that before you going in, that there is like cussing, whatever. That's, a lot of people cuss. It's more excessive in some of these books, I will say that. And I'm not a huge cusser. I cuss, but I don't cuss like this and nowhere nearly as crazed. But I can put that in a category of what that is, okay? So I think there's nothing wrong with that. Just be aware of what those things are. And if they are your trigger up front, then don't even bother, regardless of who you are. Because some people, that's a trigger, even if they look like me or not, But just be aware of what content you're about to get into and just don't repeat. And also, depending on who you're around, if you're one of those people that you're around other people that tend to ask about what you're reading, I mean, I will say go ahead and defend that shit. Like, I will defend to high heaven what I read, okay? And you can judge. If you judge me, you're not somebody that's for me, And also, I don't like when people talk shit about what I'm reading, about like content. Like, I don't mind people critiquing, like, we're in a book community, okay? But I'm not going to be like, your book is trash, or I can't believe you're reading about them people, There's people that are like that, like, and they'll start talking about like kind of like the characters in like kind of like real life and stating their opinions, and then you get to know what they really feel. A lot of that came out, like, think of politics, okay? When a lot of Trump and stuff came out, a lot of families and friendships got broken up because you bring up certain things and then you really see people hone in about who they really are. When you bring up a book with characters that don't look like you in a drastic different setting and you talk to other people, sometimes people start having some real opinions and commentary about certain individuals, and you really see what their side they really on, like what they really think. It can really change your opinion. I've had a friend or two that I've had to deal with that situation. It's very interesting about over a book. Like, you talk about one thing, and I'm like, wow, I didn't realize so yeah, but nothing wrong with that. Have fun. And girl, it's at the library too, so pick it up. And here's the thing about the library, okay? Because it's your taxpayer dollars. If you get into it and you're just interested, you don't have to read it. I mean, we take books home all the time and realize it's not for me. I take books home and I know it's not for me. I just want to have a little time with it. Maybe read the synopsis or maybe skim it a little bit more, so have fun, enjoy yourself, get a different side and a different take. Just know, it's a kind of like I wouldn't say it's necessarily a stereotype of some of the characters, because there are people that live lives like that. Okay. Black and white, mind you. Okay. This is just a Black author, but there are people that live lives like this. Just realize it's not everybody that looks like the people in the book. Okay. A lot of times people get a stereotype about certain things, and it's like, no, don't get it twisted. Jean says, hey, Courtney, I read a really good, my eye, sorry, y'all. My eyes starting to water. Allergies. Okay, so Jean read a really good YA arc, Black Girls Don't Cry by Alex Travis. I wrote that down. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, y'all. Allergies. Sorry. I wrote that book down. Somebody else was reading it. I have it on this piece of paper right here. Now, well, how are you liking that book? I can't remember what it was about, but I remember someone, maybe it was you, maybe about a week or two ago, talking about that book. Are you, well, you said you read it, so you're already done. How did it go? Did you get it from NetGalley? Was it y'all, what is going on today? All of a sudden, hold up a sec. Let me blow my nose. And we're back. Allergies included. Oh, y'all. See what happens when I don't do my normal schedule? Anyway, let me know a little bit about Black Girls Don't Cry, okay? If it's in fiction, nonfiction, all that stuff. And does it really read YA? Because, me and YA don't really mix that well. Let me know. Kelly says, happy time zone. Hello, pirate. Stopping by to boop the like button and head out to the library. Have fun. Give Miss Cora a little pat on the back, too. Cora is Kelly's dog. Kelly says, usually when I say it's not for me, it's because it's self-published and I'm trying to be nice. Oh no. I'm not that nice with traditionally published books because they had a full staff to fix issues. Facts. Exactly. Thank you. Yes, you had a whole staff. And that's why when okay, prime example is like when you have big companies, right? Like huge corporations that are putting out like products, right? And then you have some abject, racist, homophobic, offensive. I say racist because that's a few things come to mind with that one that have happened. H&M, Johnson Johnson, whatever. Anyway, it's like, how did this get missed? It's the same thing. Like you said, you had a whole staff, several iterations. It's not like somebody writes a book and one person looks at it and then we put it on the shelf. It's not like we make a product, one person, it goes through one review and you put it on the shelf, you know? And I've heard many times that a lot of these things are very much intentional, especially when you look at offensive products on shelves. I've talked to people that have worked for these companies and they're like, that was very intentional. It was intentionally left in to cause a controversy or for whatever reason they want. But publishing, yes, like nobody caught this. Nobody caught this era. Inexcusable. 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 Nah. Nope, 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 nope. I will give an opinion. I do try to be, I won't say I'm trying to be nice when it comes to like if something's indie or even public, you know, traditionally. I mean, I'm honest. Wording matters. A lot of people like think, oh, things are just like not like that. It doesn't matter. There's a psychology around how things are worded, okay, and the structure of things. Like especially like you see that with advertisement. I saw this thing once that was talking about like advertisement and how they word and like grabbing people's attention and how and where to put placements to grab people's attention to kind of get them to think what you want, right? So that's kind of the same thing when it comes to how you word things when you're talking about things. Okay, so when I'm trying to review and say something, it's like I'm not gonna. I will say, hey, something's not for me, but you know, I'm going to be a little bit particular about that. You know, like we all know we've seen the controversies around people who's reviewing and authors and things saying stuff, okay, are people just two starring a book and say this isn't for me and then that's it, you know? It's like poof, be gone, you know. You gotta give me a little details. Kiana says Chantel is not weird at all. I think it's great to get out of your comfort zone and read diversely. That's true. That's true. And diversely means a lot of different things too, okay? Because just picking up a book, and I'm not saying this is you, Chantel, but just like I'm talking specifically trap urban fiction, okay? For those who are new here. We're talking about, I was showing a book I read by Quan Mills, who writes like trap urban fiction. That's definitely diversely in the realm of reading diversely too, okay? So it's not, it's definitely different, okay? They're not all created equal. So just keep that in mind, okay? Kiana says hello to Kelly, and Kiana says Jaquel J has errors in her books, but I'm enjoying them. You know what? I have issues with the errors. I've said that very much. But that don't mean that I can't enjoy a book. Probably one of the most error-ridden books I've ever read in my life is called a book called Melanin Madness. It was like probably one of the first 5-6 books I've read when I joined BookTube, right? And it's on Amazon. I look at it every now and then. I need to look it up again to see if anybody else has read it. But it had an amazing premise, edited horribly, errors throughout, sentence structures, paragraphs, just all over the place, okay? Books like that, you definitely need to be sitting reading with your eyeballs, okay? So I'm glad I did, because if I would have had an audio, I would have been like, what the heck is going on? But it was a decent book. I didn't rate it super high, but it was a decent book. But I had books that had errors in it, and then I still gave it, like, you're not going to get a 5, but I could still give you a 4. Like, I've even had books that I wasn't like a huge fan of that I still rated like a 4, even though it wasn't for me, because it, you know, it's like a feeling about just how you feel about a book, whether you loved it and feel about it, or you just realize it's an amazing piece of work, but it's still not for you, you know? So to me, I always wait to give somebody a book or something like that, a rating, like till after I read it, because my feelings kind of change throughout it, you know? But A book with errors, unless it's just totally just I can't even read this trash, I will still finish it if I'm interested in it, you know. So there's a lot of different reasons about how I rate book and enjoy them, but I could thoroughly enjoy a book that has a bunch of errors in it. Just how I feel about it later, I feel like definitely still get skewed quite a bit with the errors, because I'll be like, oh man, that was a really great book, but it had so many errors. And I really hate that that always comes up. And if you look at most of my reviews with urban fiction, you will see that it's a very common thing or theme in a review that I do. I enjoyed the plots. It was juicy, had a lot of drama. It was awesome. However, it had a lot of errors. I really hate saying that. I don't know if that's just indicative in general of the chaos of the book matches the writing. I used to think that, but I have read urban fiction that has been edited better. So I don't know, but you take it for what it is. I mean, it's an author's work. They put it out. I think it would behoove them to do a little bit more editing, you know, run it through a little spell check, a little word or something like that. But whatever product they put out is the product I will consume if I choose to consume it, and I will take it for what it is. But, you know, I'm not going to give you a 2-star because your editing and stuff is like totally just jacked up, unless it's super jacked. Anyway, yeah, there's some good plots to some books that are edited bad. Just get through it, you know. I'm a person that perseveres, so it won't stop me from reading it. Kiana says they're heavy on the animal. Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta prepare yourself for that. It's in there a lot. Maybe not every other. I have read a book that it was like literally like every sentence, every other sentence, and I did not like it. I don't need it that much. I expect that word and the cussing to be there, but it was excessive. Not in this book, not Quan Mills, but it's in there too. But it's like, come on now, are we saying something else? Like I read a book once, the F word. Oh my gosh. That's what I really like about having some books via ebook. Because you can go and do the not control F, just the search bar and type in a word and see how many times it gets used. Very interesting, the overuse of words. Okay. I read a book recently. I forgot the book. If I looked through my reading journal, I could probably find it. But it was a book that I know what it was. Pregnant by the Bride of a Dom. I can't remember when I read that book, but it used the term breed like I think 32 times, something like that, but just excessive. It's like, let's use another word, you know. You keep coming across it, so you know they used it a lot already. But when you actually do the search and realize just the number, you're like, wow. And you know what's funny is, I mean, I can be a petty bee sometimes, but I will write that in my reading journal and actually put that in the review. The author used this word this many times. I don't know if anybody reviews them, but you know, it is what it is. I just think it's hilarious. Jean says, what is trap urban fiction? Ooh. So trap urban fiction is basically is normally books by, you know what? I just thought of this. I wonder if I've never seen a white person write trap urban fiction, but you never know. It could be because, like I said, there's different facets. There's some ghetto-ness, which is what I like to call that. It's white people can be that too, okay? Other cultures as well. But basically, urban fiction is basically book. Let me see if I can get an official title. But I think of that as basically when you have situations or communities that are like low poverty situations. So they tend to make decisions based off of that poverty level. So you have a lot more crime, you have a lot more cussing in the books. You know, you have situations that you probably wouldn't like. It's not middle class. You're not going to try to, well, okay, on the surface. Let's see. What is a trap urban fiction? I use the term trap. I'm just curious if that's an actual term, like if that's what it's called. That's what I'm looking up here. Trap urban. Oh, okay. Trap urban fiction. I was thinking just urban fiction, but trap urban fiction is actually the genre. Okay. It's a grittier, high octane subgenre of street lit. Focuses heavily on the drug trade, organized crime, and survival driven culture of the trap house. Okay. These stories are packed with gritty violence, high stakes romance, and complex moral dilemmas. Very interesting. Okay. See, I don't always have the words, which is why I have to refer to Dr. Google there. Yeah, but you basically have street life that is depicted in its realist form, all the grittiness of it, the crime of it, there's a channel called Soft White Underbelly that depicts a lot of different people. It's a YouTube channel. I love it. But I think of that as like trap sometimes, but they interview a variety of characters. But anyway, yeah, but it's basically a genre of street literature where people are talking about, crime and the under trappings of society when, people are just trying to get their hustle on and live life. So it may not be the lifestyle for everybody, let me see, what's another term? Oh, they're talking about some of, let me see these other characters. Looking about the trap. Gritty, realistic stories set in inner city neighborhoods. There we go. That's urban fiction for street lit. Oh, I never heard of it called street lit before. All right. So street literary genre, gritty, realistic story set in inner city neighborhoods. Oh, I wonder if they're always inner city. I'm trying to think. I read one once that was set in the burbs though. They were doing some undercover stuff. I never. Hey, you know what? There's some folks that will repeat some things that they have heard or said and then try to justify that. Well, it was said on the radio. I'm just like, I can't. I don't repeat everything I say I hear on the radio. Kiana says, I like my street dudes and books only. I'm a total straight. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Totally. I love the hustle in the books. I love people trying to get their hustle on to do what they need to do to survive in a world that, where they're not trying to do the up and coming, the what's the term I'm looking for? They're not trying to do the legal route. I get it. But yeah, I don't want that for me. I could you on that one. I need my dude to go to work, the legit government job, and I need him to be called by his government name. Okay, that's just me. Okay, I need government names. A group can call themselves that, but not an outside person. Yeah, I mean, if that's. I always say to each his own. I try to respect people's opinions about who they want to be and what they want for themselves, as long as it's not infringing upon other people. That's where crime and things come in that I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, when you have outsider people coming in trying to utilize that, I feel like is an issue. But I feel like a lot of times when outsiders try to come into, see, that's the thing. You have Black environments, but this happens in other cultures too. So I'm trying to keep it like vague. Now we're talking about like if somebody's like coming into an environment, touting like racial slurs, things like that, right? So for whatever environment that is for somebody, I feel like to a certain extent, when people come in trying to tout those things, it's not that they trying to be down or be like, are trying to have camaraderie with the group. And maybe they are to a certain extent, but I feel like a lot of times it's the idea that people have things floating around in their head, and this is giving them the ability and the license to be able to say what they really think and what they are very interested in. that may be coming from a place of insult and offense versus I'm trying to be one with the group. Okay. I feel like you should maintain who you are and bring who you are to a group. People either like that or they don't. If they don't, maybe that's not your tribe. Okay. Maybe they're not your tribe if they won't accept you who you are. I don't try to be anybody different than who I am when I go with different groups. Some people are receptive to that and others are not. So, it is what it is. Hello, Lola. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. What are you up to? Let us know. Kiana's defend IPB with my whole chest. IPB. Okay, we're gonna have to let me know what IPB is. I'm drawing a blank. It sounds familiar, but I'm not getting it. Lola says, I kicked my aunt out of my house as a dinner guest for getting rude and ignorant. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I think we all have to have our limits. I think we need to have our limits. And you're entitled to do what you want in your own home. I have left people's homes because I didn't feel comfortable. I've also stayed in people's homes in my youth that I didn't feel comfortable in when some things were said. I regret those things. You know how you live and you learn? It took me a while to become comfortable with who I am. I'm not going back to that girl back in the day. That I think about some of the situations I was in back in the day, and I feel like I got lucky with my safety, I think, especially in lieu of what's going on now. But also, I gave people a little bit more grace than they needed. Some people need to get cussed the hell out, and maybe they'll learn. What I'm saying, or get popped in the mouth. Lola says her husband was like, everyone calm down. I'm like, no, get your crazy wave out of my house. There we go. Your home, you dictate. Come correct on your P's and Q's and get the hell out. Nothing wrong with that. Chantel says, you know me, Courtney. I'm a type of person that loves on everyone, no matter their sexuality and skin color. If you're nice and fun, I'm going to support you. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying anything bad about you. I think we have an amazing group community and the people that we interact with, okay? I mean, even if you're not like sitting there having like a diverse group of friends, it doesn't mean that you're a problem either. Like, I don't think life says you have to hang with certain people because this says something about you. Your mentality should be respectful for whoever you're around regardless, so no good with, no bueno. You're good. Some people, but I have met some folks, y'all, I'm telling you, I think it's interesting when you have these idyllic people on TV, politicians that want to believe the best in the world, right? And not to say this world, I know we hear a lot of crazy things on TV and in the news and stuff, but there's some goodness out there too. I don't think everybody is the problem. But I'm also not believing that we should sugarcoat life to downplay that there are not problems. Okay. Because it always comes up and people are always like, it's a fluke. You keep hearing about the same things. It is not a fluke. Okay. This is the norm. Maybe not everybody's norm, but it's out there. We need to discuss it so we get things out on the table. Okay. There's some horrible things that happen in this world on a daily basis, and acting like because somebody brought it up, then there is the problem. That's one of the things that I really like about people with cell phones filming things that happen. I hate that because a lot of times filming, like let's say police brutality, things like that, domestic violence, stuff like that. I hate that filming is the only reason that there's any sort of repercussions. And many times there still is no repercussions. It's just that people are aware of it, right? But I hate that filming gets more results than going to defend somebody, because a lot of times you can have 2 or 3 people with the same story, but folks aren't going to believe, right? But now you got a camera with it on camera, like, oh my gosh. And then they're like, I can't believe something like this happened. This never happened before. Really? You really believe that? So when the other people reported and the other people, all these years, you think that didn't happen? Just because now you got a camera, you want to believe it's an isolated incident? I don't live life on an isolated incident. Okay. There's a lot of norms out there that people just don't want to believe. I just hate that our politicians are the people that make decisions that make the decision that something is not a norm and that things are a fluke and we should just ignore it. So anyway, that's generalities. But anybody know about the Nolan Wells case that's going on and that's been following that? So interesting. There's another case, mind you, on I forgot the name. I just know the one kid's name. His name Roper. Well, basically, you got two little white kids came and got, I mean, they're teens, but they went and got this one black kid from his home and they went fishing. And I guess they somehow pushed the kid or he fell or whatever off of a bridge. Didn't report it or nothing. They threw away his phones, clothes, all this other stuff. But then they claim now it's an accident since they've been caught. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Craziness, okay? I'm just, it's always one thing. If it's not one thing, it's another. Makes you frustrated, okay? Makes you frustrated. Not everything is a race thing. Don't get me wrong. It just looks bad. When people are not forthcoming in their sketchiness, then it becomes something more than it probably could have been. And I'm not saying that it is or is not a race thing, but it sucks that it looks like that. So I'm just so over horrible shit happening. This case, I just get more invested in because I feel like that could be a lot of our kids. And, when people want to preach unity and we should hang with whoever we want and don't see color, which is bullshit that people say that. But it so annoys me because you have people that are supposed to be hanging together and getting together and something happens to the one person that's the other. And then everybody clams up and are not allies. You're not an ally if you didn't take care of your buddy or if something happened to your buddy and you're not going to fess up, whether it was an accident or not. You're not an ally. And then you want us all to get together. I'm just so annoyed. Okay. As a person that hangs with a lot of different people, I will say like my circle, my circle that I seek to establish now whenever I can find more people to hang with since I moved is going to be much smaller and much more specific. I will say that. It's too much. And I stay in Florida too, which has some issues. So I just need to be going forth particular about who I choose to ally myself with. Okay. I've learned that even when I moved from Jersey, I think I had different pockets of people. And since moving, I have very much realized who was really my ally and my friend based off who I've been in contact with since I moved. So crazy, y'all. So crazy. Gesundheit. It's so funny. Is that what language is that? I always think it's funny when people spell it because I'm like, how did you get that from what when people sneeze? But I never looked up what the language was, but it just looks funny. But thank you. I don't know. I'm probably allergic to these topics and this room, y'all. It's an extra bedroom in my home, but it's a storage, like it's boxes. It's boxes in a closet. I try to open the door up every now and then to just let air breathe. And it's carpet, which is gross. An old carpet. It's a rental, so it's no telling what's underneath this. I was going to pull the carpet up one day, and I was like, I don't want to do that because I know the landlord is not going to address what's underneath. So I'm not going to open up that can of worms, okay? I'm not going to do it. But I try to open the door and let it air out, especially on days I'm going to sprint. And I'll normally first thing in the morning. However, I got up late. So when I came in here is when I started sprinting. So no airing out. I even tried to use this disinfectant spray and I just don't think I had enough time. Craziness, y'all. But I'm going to make it. I swear, I'm going to make it. I'm going to go for this walk. That looks like it's going to rain, but we're going to make it. Next sprint, I'm going for this walk. I'll make it. I need Mother Nature to heal me, y'all. Heal me. Chantel says that she started funerals are for the living. So true. So true. Okay. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Sounds like a good title. Chris says, hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We're trying to make it. We're trying to make it. How about everybody else? Lola says, hello. And so does Chantel. And Jean says, Black Girls Don't Cry as a Black girl runs for prom queen in a very white school, and it wasn't a Carrie retelling, which I was happy about. Not necessarily reads IA. It talks about social media bullying. Ooh, bullying. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I will leave it. It's still at the top of my list, not necessarily on the to read list, but at the let's think about it list. Okay. That ought to be very interesting. I've read The Weight of Blood by Tiffany D. Jackson, which was awesome. And then what's the other book I read? Black Queen. That was a good one. Kind of in the similar vein, sort of, kind of, with the prom queen and stuff. But very good book there. Adult, I think, in both those two. Okay. I'll take a look at that one. Is there any goriness to it? Horror aspects. Just curious. Chris says, I won't read self-published novels, or I won't read novels from people I know because I don't want the pressure of the review. If I don't like something, I'm going to say so. I appreciate that honesty too. Okay. They should as well. I think for somebody that you know, it may be, so you know what? It's up to them to put out what they want. But having you maybe as a beta reader, so in process may be good, so you can help some. But here's the thing though, if they're like, no, I really want this topic or want this plot in there, and you're like, I don't think that's a good idea, then that can cause some animosity. So I don't blame you. But I don't mind self-published novels. I just wish some are better than others. I just hate that I tend to pick out errors because it's just, most of us are used to reading. If we're avid readers, we're used to reading probably for the most part like traditionally published novels that are manicured. So I'm not expecting spelling, grammatical errors, things like that. So when I come across them, they're right in my wheelhouse of, oh, hell no. So that's the thing about it. So I have to be in a mindset about them. And a lot of those stuff your Kindle type things and free ebooks tend to be self-published. I have had some trad published on there, though, I will say. But I give a little grace, I will say, with those more than traditionally published novels. But it's only so much grace I'm going to give. Come on now. Like, throughout, it's like, come on, you didn't catch this. I give you a little grace, but it's not going to be a whole lot, okay? Jean says, Courtney gets passionate and the stream decides to do a commercial. I don't know how you can get those off. I see some people, I don't know how it looks to everybody. I know I see some people like in Nicole Sprint and sometimes with the Tia Sprints where it's like a split screen. They're on one, and then what's on the other? Is it a timer or something? It's something else, but then it's an ad that'll pop up on the other screen, and I can click off. I don't know what that is and how they get it done, but it prevents them from being an ad because it's like a split screen. Like right now, you're seeing just me on the stream, right? But it's a split screen to where I'm on one side, and the ad box is on another, and that'll go off, and then somehow I can silence that and still listen to the tuber. I don't know. Just know that is YouTube trying to sell you something. I am not getting paid by them. I have never got a check by them. I would love it if they would send me some money. I am monetized, but I have not gotten any money. Apparently, if y'all aren't aware, with YouTube, after you meet the criteria, which I have met their criteria probably going on a year and a half, maybe even longer, but you have to have a certain amount of revenue via ad or whatever the hell else before they decide that they're going to issue any sort of money. I am nowhere near that and probably will never make it. But I appreciate everybody's support. Maybe one of these days I got to go viral somehow, and then maybe I'll get some money from YouTube. But every cent counts. I think I get in the bank that they do. I don't know if it sloughs off after a year. I'm not sure. But in their little bank, I think each stream, it may be like 15 cents, maybe 50 cents. I think the most I've seen is maybe 80 cents. So I don't know. I don't know. Watch them ads, I guess. I don't know. Sorry about that. Chris says hello to everybody in the chat. What era are we talking about? I'm just talking about in books. Whenever you read a book and then you see some sort of error, like punctuation, grammar, misspellings, things like that. Just how it just kind of drives you nuts. Chris says, I tried to be constructive in my reviews if I'm critical. I'm never going to hate review. I'm picky about requesting books. I see too many reviews where they don't read the books or they give low ratings because it's a genre they don't like. Why'd you request that? I agree. I'm not a petty Betty person. I could be, but I'm not a petty Betty person. Yes. For one, I'm an avid reader. I'm more of a reader. I guess I'm a reader and a reviewer, but I'm a reader. Like, I'm not a book buyer and all that stuff. And to each his own, I'm not saying anything about anybody, but I am an avid reader. So I take it serious when I read and when I review. Okay. I mean, I'm not like super critical and sentence this and stuff. Like, I read for enjoyment. I enjoy it. It's a nice escape. That's why I read a little bit of everything. Okay. But some things do irritate me, but I am definitely particular about the book that I choose to read. I've been a lot more with the amount of reading that I do lately. I am a lot more particular about the books that I pick up to make sure it's something that I really think I'm going to enjoy. Sometimes I'll be like, I don't know. And then something about it continues to make me go on. Like, oh, speaking of, there's a book that I recently read called Obstetrics. Somebody in Sprints told me about this book. Okay. I don't know who it is. Where is the book? Did I not take a screenshot? Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh, Becky. I don't know where. I should have a screenshot. Why do I not have a screenshot? I know, because it's a pink book. And it would jump out at me. All right, let me find this book real quick. But yeah, it was a book that I just was like, I don't know, this is for me. I'm gonna get in my feelings. But I kept pursuing because there was something about it. Every time I would read another page, just kind of jumped at me, and I kept reading, and it was a good time. Oh my gosh, come on. I think somebody was talking about it being an arc, and then I realized that it was already out. So I just requested it through the library. It's been on my list forever, and then it finally came through. Let me take this screenshot. I don't know why. The screen is by Naomi Kritzer, and it's really good. Basically, it's about an OBGYN. I guess it's a future world where OBGYNs are hard to come by, politics and things like that, So a lot of people aren't in the business. But this lady goes for a job interview as an obstetrician, and she and it's by Naomi Kritzer, if you want to look that one up. But anyway, but she gets kidnapped for a cult. Because they need an obstetrician, and it's a good time. Not urban fiction. This is just a regular book. Let me see what genre. I think they label this as sci-fi thriller mystery. But yeah, but it was a good time. But something about the book just kept making me keep going, and I enjoyed it. But yes, I think that many people request books that they don't plan to read, or they just want to hate review. I don't hate review. I give my opinion because I sat and read it. Now, if I absolutely hated it, I will do that. But very few books I absolutely hate. I may have some issues with, but hate is a strong word. My mama's always said that. That's a strong word. Don't use it all the time. Chantel Sell, right, exactly. Bush should be rated equally with an open mind. That goes back to those politicians. That is a very idealistic view. We should. I don't think it happens. I think that I don't think it happens. It's just like reading books and giving a lot more of a fair chance. Like you see in publishing, there's a lot of shystiness in publishing in itself, and who gets published and who doesn't, who gets support and who doesn't. And that same shystiness goes to the people who read the books. Okay. I think some people, and this is just in all honesty, I will say, I do think there are some people that don't even recognize their biasness. That's one of those things that I get older, I try to recognize, like do a self-evaluation. A lot of it happened after I read a book called Bad Fat Black Girl, which I think is absolutely amazing. But that book kind of made me think some things about just in how I view people a lot more, and maybe check some of my biasness. And I think that if you are not aware of some things that you are biased about, then you can't really change those, right? And I think that when it comes to, this is the book. That was an amazing book, y'all. Loved it, loved it, loved it. And that talks about trap feminism, which is basically strong-willed people or strong-willed women that are, basically letting their hustle on and trying to live life and, look out for their own self-interest. But anyway, a lot of people, I think, don't even recognize their own biasness. You're reading a book and you hear about a character, like you're enjoying it, right? And then all of a sudden you hear about a description of a character and you kind of tune out. And all of a sudden you're like, I don't know if this is a book for me. You were enjoying it until and then it's like after that it's like, oh well, I can't relate, or like we hear this we hear a lot in booktube, a lot, at least in some of the discourse that I've seen and heard, and based off reviews and stuff. But it's like Blue Aliens, oh, it's amazing, it's awesome, these characters are so relatable, it's awesome. And then you get to another book, it's like, I can't relate to the character because they got dreads. Now, I'm not saying this is y'all, I'm just talking in general of some of my gripes, but I'm just saying that like the open-minded concept, I don't think it relates to everybody. I think, and then that's indicative of society. I'm gonna just say that, at least American society. I can't speak about other countries, but American society is a very biased, a very nuanced, a very self-serving culture as a whole. I stand on that ground, to each his own, but as a whole, if that doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. But I think that, we tend to be particular about things and like to disguise things as something else. But some people don't recognize their own biasness when it comes to how they view things, and they have to be pointed out. And I've met people in my life in general like that I've have come back and was like, oh, I didn't think about that till you said it, and it's like, I recognize it because I've done that myself, I think, and a lot of people tend not to want to do like that introspectiveness to figure out. But you see a lot of the biasness in reviews. Like, I mean, look at the stats in general. You could just tell, you're like, what's going on, Simple errors like a misplaced word, a character's name was changed, nothing too serious. Oh, something's like that's not a big deal. No, I mean, it happens. It happens, I still think in traditionally published, it'd be like, how did that get passed? But I'll give you a grace, one or two. But it definitely stands out in a traditionally published book. In an indie book, I'll give you a little bit more grace. Let me know what your thoughts are when you finish, Chantel. Yes. I hope you enjoy your book. Jean says, Urban Dictionary says trap has a trans element to it. Really? I was not aware. Okay. Ice Planet Barbarians. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've not read any Ice Planet Barbarians. For some reason, my library is not trying to have those. I don't know why. I put it on the holds list, if this one can come through, then this could too as well. But I didn't know anything about a trans though. I mean, that's part of that grittier element of society. You do have trans people, like if you want to talk about, okay, in trap books, like the last one I read, prostitution was one of them, right? Okay, you do have many trans people that are involved in that as well. I feel like you can have almost any sort of demographic in a trap urban fiction, in my opinion. Trans in trap fiction. Hold up. Did you say trap urban fiction or trap fiction? Oh, urban fiction. Okay. Refer to cross. Oh, really? In fiction, trap historically refers to cross-dressing male characters meant to deceive the audience, or harmful trope or slur applied to transgender. I have never heard of that. Trap trick narrative falsely frames trans people as deceptive, centering on reveals that intentionally invalidate their identities. Huh. I never heard of that. Okay, apparently the trap trope falsely suggests trans women trick people into attraction, perpetrating real-world anti-transgender violence and discrimination. Okay. I have not encountered that in any books. This, to me, this is saying trap. It doesn't say trap urban in here. It says just is trap trope. Okay. I've never heard of that. I've not heard of that. That's another rabbit hole to go by. Okay. Trap fiction versus trap urban fiction. I have not heard of that. I can see. I'm just thinking of the term of trap as in like deceiving, confining somebody, in that being that term, versus trap being kind of more of a criminal elements. I'm just thinking of those two. Like, you have trap house. Trap house isn't referring to like something dealing with sexuality. It's more criminal activity versus trap versus confining and tricking somebody. So, all right, I can see that. You know what? A lot of things have different connotations and the meanings have trickled down through time. So it's no telling. Learn something new. Chris says, I think too often people outside groups want to secretly use those words. They look for any reason to use the N and F slurs, for example. Facts. And I think music, this discourse has happened. I haven't heard the discourse about using the word in the song because it was in the song. I haven't had that discourse for quite a bit of time, but I remember that was a thing for a while. Especially in my youth, of people using that. So I don't know about now, but I completely agree with you on that. There is a new Ice Planet Barbarians on Nick. Really? Okay. How many pages? Ice Planet Barbarians is one of those. I need 250 pages or less. Let me know if that's one of them. Hold up. I'm trying to figure out where to write stuff without clouding my thing. Ice Planet. Maybe I'll get it. They be Ice Planet on Net Galley. My library don't have it. Maybe I can get it that way. Okay, let me know. Chantel says, "Oh my gosh, that's terrible." People can suck. There's good people in the world too. Surround yourself with those good people. Forget the others. Sometimes you do encounter them. And you got to adjust. Just be on your P's and Q's. That's why it's never a good idea to get entirely comfortable. And I will say this as a minority, and to each his own, people can believe what they want. It's never a good idea to get comfortable as a minority. I'm going to say that, especially when you're the other in the group. Never a good idea. Never. It is what it is. And I'm talking about for whatever minority you are, okay? It's never a good idea. Like same thing with females. I was in the military for a number of years. Never a good idea. I'm the other. I'm the minority, as the female in the group. Not a good idea. Hey, we're going to go back to the room and drink. No, we're not. once I was having a good time. It was me. It's not a lot of us when we're in the military. It's not a lot of females. So, you're hanging with the dudes, you're having a good time at the club. They're like, yeah, we're about to go back to the room and get drunk, and drink. And you're like, yeah, let's go. And then on the way there, I'm like, hold up. Nah, I'm good. There was one time I did go and I was there for a little bit, and then I went to the bathroom, and then I kind of put myself in check, and I was like, hold up, what am I doing? What am I here? And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to go. They're like, you sure? I'm like, yeah. And then there's another time I was on my way. But you got to think about those things of just, think about the situation you're in and where you're at and stuff, of who you are and, where you're at. You don't want to get yourself into any trouble. Okay. How well do you know the people with you? Because I watch a lot of true crime. There are people that are very comfortable with the people that they're with, and they should be. And things go sour. It happens. It happens. It's unfortunate that life is like that, but, you just got to be aware. I think it's good to just be on your due diligence, no matter who you are, and be responsible. But if you are, I think an other in whatever group, I think you just have to be a little bit more cautious. And that would be on more of your level. Okay. I think people that tend to be others and others groups tend to have conversations with those kids, your kids, about that earlier on. I think that when you're an other, you tend to grow up quicker, and because you have no choice. I'm talking about like females, I know we should have, and it's so bad. That's indicative of society, that you have to have a conversation with your little girl about like what you're wearing, your short skirt. Boys are going to think this. You don't want to give them idea. Like, boys don't have those little conversations. No, I don't know any parent that has had a little conversation with their boy about, well, somebody's going to think this if you wear this, or you're going to get attacked. So, it's putting that responsibility in life on the female instead of the male to hold the male accountable. Well, it's the same thing when it comes to other demographics too. So just, be aware, be aware. I am lost myself in the chat. Oh, yeah. Okay. Chris says you can tell the people who are real aliens in the book space when it comes to readathon allies. I said aliens. My bad. You can tell people who are real allies in the book space when it comes to readathons involving BIPOC, LGBTQ books. Some so-called allies are silent. They never have time to host. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. I never thought about that. The host contributes, if I can click, and read, etc., but somehow have time to participate in other readathons and do their own streams where they never mention or support these readathons. I've seen that. The book space is a big space. It's a nice space, but yeah, there are some sketchiness. But I say this though. I'm not one of those people that should. I want people to give me grace in being who I am. I don't want people to tell me who I should be and what I should do. Okay. I don't mind a little constructive criticism, but I want to read what I want to read. I don't fault people for, I'm trying to figure out how I'm trying to say this. If you don't want to read a book by an LGBTQ or a BIPOC author, that is your right. Okay. If you're preaching diversity and you're not doing that, then shame on you, right? But I want to be given grace to be able to present myself the way that I want and read what I want. And I don't want somebody to have to tell me what I should or should not read. Now, you're part of a readathon. If you are going to be in the whole spirit of it, then you should be following like these prompts if you are saying you are or whatever. But you know what? That's on you. I don't necessarily have to support that. So, and that's on me. So that's the way I look at that. Okay. And I recognize that and BookTube has changed a lot. My BookTube has changed a lot since I started BookTube. Even my reading taste have changed a whole lot since I've started BookTube. And a lot of that has to do with what I have been exposed to and who I've been exposed to, and even some of the things I have seen on BookTube. Okay. Even the people that I follow and the people whose content, now that I have a whole lot of time to be watching tons of content, but I still watch content, just not as much as I used to because I just don't have as much time. But even the people's contents that I watch have changed. It is what it is. I feel like if somebody's not for you, they're not for you. But yeah, you live and you learn. You live and you learn, and you resonate with those you do, and those that you don't, then so be it. It's not my place to call somebody out unless they do something abjectly horrible. I'm not going to call somebody out for just having some shystiness about them. I'm just not going to partake. It is what it is. It is what it is. So I feel like, but I believe you should have your own opinions about stuff. And if, some people don't agree with others, and that's fine. Just don't act like it. I would rather people be honest. That's one of the things back in the day. People were a lot more honest about what they supported and which they didn't, in a very harsh manner, but people were honest about that. I would rather you tell me to your face, I don't like people like you. I'm good with that. Okay. I'm good with that. Yeah, it's hurtful, but you know what? There's a lot of hurtful things in society. I didn't get to be who I am by not being hurt and not being jaded over something and the harsh realities of this world. Okay. And it is what it is. If we were all kumbaya, I wouldn't have, I don't think I have a hard exterior, but I am very much a skeptic. And that comes from a legit place, and I will own that shit 100%. Right. But I appreciate that people that tell me their truth or show me their truth. So, but I don't like looking stupid of people that are being false. And I think these days, just as a society, I'll say American society, but it probably adjusts to the whole world. But these days people are a little bit, they want to be PC. It's not nice to say certain things, right? So they're PC about things and try to hide things. I hate that. I really do, because it's like your dollars, right? You want me to spend my dollars on your book or your clothing or whatever and support you, and then you sitting there talking smack when the video, they have these secret videos and things come out of people talking smack about people that support people that look like me or whatever. I'm just saying, to each his own. I'm trying to be nice about it. I could be saying some other more harsh words. I'm not that great with words, y'all. I just have opinions. I'm trying to hone them in better. But, hey, unsubscribe and don't pay attention, okay? Because I do that with a little of everybody, okay? Yeah, I will say. Like, there's one big girl booktuber that I wouldn't say idolized her, but I really did look up to and got into a really good group. And one day really pissed me the hell off. I think it's been a good 2 years since I stopped watching her content. It was just like, and the other day she was on a stream with somebody, and I attended to stream because one of it is one of the people that I wanted to support. And, it really pains me because I hate to turn against somebody whose content and personality I really like, but I just came to a conclusion about what that personality was. Anyway, we won't go from there, but you do what you got to do. I love my sick book. These acronyms are not getting me today, y'all. Is this stuff your Kindle. Oh, look, I got it. Oh, y'all, I need more water. Okay, I'm getting loopy. So I do like my Stuff Your Kindle books. I do. Okay. Speaking of, I believe I have some dates written down here. Isn't there something coming up? Hold up, bear with me. Starting tomorrow through the 16th. So Wednesday and Thursday, there is a nonfiction stuff your Kindle. I don't know the link. I'd have to look it up. So maybe I'll put it in the chats later. But there's nonfiction. So if you're interested, there's some coming up. Chris says, get your coin, Courtney, with those ads. Yeah, right. Get my 15 cent that is going to fall into the bank that I will never get. That's the YouTube ad bank or however they pay out people. I feel like you truthfully have to have like 20, 30,000 subscribers to get a check from them. Or have just really popular content that people watch. Mine definitely is not that. Nowhere close. I make my videos for me and I hope other people watch them. But they're definitely, I think my videos actually get less viewership now than it did when I was like, then my numbers were really small, like below 1,000. I've gotten less viewership, but it is what it is, you know? Yeah. It's crazy. I think that's why so many YouTubers create these Patreons and things like that, because that's how you really get dollars. I don't plan to do the book club and all that stuff. Not going to get my feelings hurt by putting that out there. Chris says, that's why I don't review John Eric's book. I didn't want to run into a situation where I didn't enjoy the book and then have to write a negative review or just post it about it. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. But he's been doing some really good marketing for that book, okay? Being on YouTube with gay shit and stuff. So I commend him on that one. Kiana says, when we refer to trap, it's like trap house, like a place where they're cook up. Yeah, yes, cook up drugs. Yeah, where criminal activity happens is more of a trap, not necessarily trapping somebody into a sexual situation of liking you. Yes, different things. But I can see kind of, I guess, how the terms can go into another as being referring to trans. I explain preparing books are short, but it's a long series. Yes, yes. I have looked that up. What I do like about I Was Planning Barbarians, though, is that it's different topics and they cover, from my understanding, legit topics in each book. So I do like that. And that's why I want to actually read. I remember Heather. I don't know if y'all remember Heather Dowell. What was her BookTube name? Heather Dowell was a real author name, and that's what I think she's going by now. But her channel name was something else prior to. We used to hang out a whole lot, and then what happened? I think she stopped making content for a while. Now it's more of like losing weight or something. But nothing happened. It's just that she stopped posting and stuff, and wasn't into it as much. But anyway, she was posting all these mini reviews, which I love. It was a lot in a day, but she was throwing in a lot of little videos where she reviewed a lot of those, which was what made me interested in it, because I got these little synopses of she must have done like 10 in a day or something. It was crazy, but I enjoyed getting those little synopses of each of the books. I like a series that it's like each one's a standalone. Something like that is really nice. I'm not a big fan of, hey, you got to keep reading the next one in line. That I can't keep up. I jump in and jump out. Chantel says, I seriously hate how much hate there is in the world. It just makes me really sad. Yeah, I always say this, right? Just don't contribute to it. You don't have to be one of them people like picketing and stuff and, in marches and protests. Like, I don't expect people to, I've had people like when I bring up issues like apologize. You ain't got to apologize to me. If you did nothing wrong, you ain't got shit to apologize to me for. Like, that's what I tell people. I had to tell that to somebody the other day when we were talking about something that came on the news, and I had that at a coworker a few years ago too. I'm just thinking of a really weird situation. But anyway, she didn't get it. I stopped talking to her because she just didn't understand. And I can't deal with ignorance. But it's like, if you're not, just don't contribute to the problem, okay? If somebody says something, just speak up. Don't just be quiet, because that contributes to the problem if you're not speaking up when something happens. And I'm not saying to the point of getting into a fight or nothing, but if somebody says something, be like, hey, you know what? That's not cool. And if you have any intelligent, knowledgeable about the situation, maybe you can school them a little bit. But if they still want to be ignorant, then just walk away. You know, that's the only thing I expect of people that are not others in the situation at the very least. If you want to go be an ally with a protest, if that comes up, or something, have at it. But just don't contribute to the problem and continue to perpetrate it. You know why little kids continue to have their bigotry is because they're teaching that. Okay, when I see a little kid, which I have had little kids say some stuff, you learn that from mama and daddy at home. So I'm looking at y'all. Politicians come from a long history of that and continue to bring that on. And it sucks because those are the people that rule our country. But, it's like the average everyday person utilizes that average American person. Those politicians utilize the average everyday person and their ignorance to perpetrate their ideas in all the facets of hate that there is out there. Don't fall for it. Learn. But that's part of why they don't want history taught in schools, because they don't want people to think for themselves. Education will be a privilege at some point, y'all. Make sure you're one of the privileged ones, whether you have privileged money or not. Make sure you quest for the knowledge. That is a privilege right there, that you actually want to know knowledge and seek it out. Hello, Cynthia. How are you doing? Wanted to say hi. You're reading Daughters of the Sun and Moon by Lisa C., a Chinese historical fiction set in LA. It's heartbreaking but good. Ooh, that does sound interesting. Somebody was talking about this yesterday. I think it might have been you. Was it Coda Sprint? Was talking about this one. I love some historical fiction. Is that like immigration, like they immigrated to the US and about hardships and things like that? Let me know. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna go for a walk because it looked like it's gonna rain, and I want to beat the rain. Plus, we've been talking a minute. Okay, we are going to do 2 sprints. Okay, we'll talk less on the next one. If I would not have overslept, we would not have this problem. I'm gonna beat myself up about that all day. Okay, just to let y'all know. I'm harder on myself than other people. All right, we're gonna have a 45 minutes. And after that, it's either going to be another 45 or it's going to be a 30. But we're going to do one more sprint after this, okay? It was you. Okay, that works. So we have a little puppy dog. It's my puppy dog race. So let me know who you're going to be winning this race. So we have number 1. Is that white or gray? I'm going to say it's white. Number 1 is white. Number 2 is pink. Number 3 is a little tan. I call it tan. And number 4 is a darker pink. Ooh, they're all cute. I like the ears in number 3 though. Number 2 looks kind of odd. I was thinking 2 because I like the tail. Okay, I'm gonna go with number 3. I like the little ears and the bows on that. That's adorable. Okay, y'all. We're gonna go with. Is that all there? Let me go turn that one down there. We're going to go with number 3 on that one. So let me know in the chats who you want to win this race, who you're going to throw your support around. Let me know. Kiana's go with number 2. Okay, there we go. Somebody's showing support for my other pick, number 2. Okay, you got to get that little tail wagging. Hopefully, if they win, it'll do it in a circle. Number 3, I want to flop the ears. Number 1, I want to jump up and down and roll around. What do I want number 4 to do? I don't know. I'm not a fan of number 4 at all. I don't know. It just looks weird. 4 can just roll on their belly. We'll see what they actually have them do. Okay, y'all. Happy sprinting. I will see y'all in 45. Make it count. And the white puppy won. Damn it! Should have chose them. I thought the white puppy was going to jump in the air, but instead it jumped on what is that, a disc or something? Okay, number one won. If y'all chose number one, there you go, there you go, there you go. How did that sprint go for y'all? Let me know. Hot. I just came in from a walk outside, obviously. And yeah, it's a bit hot, but I did get my husband to go with me. And so that was pretty nice. He was trying to get the dog to go with me. I have a small dog and she tends to be slow, for lack of a better term. So if I'm trying to get exercise, it doesn't really make up for that. So I hate to be shysty towards her, which I don't think is being shysty, it's just being real, is that she's slow when she walks. So it's more standing around than anything. And, I like walks for exercise. And so only when we're just, it's not really exercise, it's just to get out, then I take her, or that I go on the walks with my husband for her. He likes to go on a walk because he's more patient than I am. I'll say that. He's definitely more patient with her than I am. I don't have that patience to sit there and go slow and wait around. I just get annoyed. So I don't want to slight her because she deserves her walks too. But she's a little Maltese Shih Tzu, and the reality is she does not need a walk at all. She's just likes to be out. You can have her around the yard and she'd be satisfied. But dogs, they like to just be out. So she doesn't really need the 2 to 3 walks he does a day with her. So I'm not inclined to waste the time that I want to go on my walk with for the dog that just wants to sit out and enjoy outside and sniff everything. When I used to have my bigger dog, he was ride or die, man. I'd be walking in the dead of heat a few miles and he'd be like, let's go. Make sure you get some cold water. I feel like my straw is breaking. Anyway, I did not read, obviously, on that sprint. We just took a walk. However, what I did do, I guess I did read a little bit. The Quan Mills book that I read last night, I will show you again in case you're interested. This book, Quan Mills book that I read last night while I was supposed to be sleeping. I played the audio so that my husband could listen to it, and he was excited. He was laughing the whole time. I think originally he was annoyed. He's not a reader. So I think initially he was annoyed. I was trying to have him read a book when he had a little sports podcast on, which I told him not to take on my walk to begin with, when we're together, to have just us time. So he was annoyed to put that away. However, when I brought up the book, so I wanted him to listen, he was very much enthralled. He even took the phone. So not mad at that at all. Anyway, so yes, Kiana, your little puppy dog did not win, and neither did mine. So number one there. Cynthia is reading 1871 Chinese Massacre for the Daughters of the Sun and the Moon. I did not know about an 1871 Chinese massacre. Okay, I gotta look that one up because there's a lot of things that happen in the U.S. I tend to read a lot more like African American fiction when it comes to like massacres and things like that. But I definitely know that there was definitely atrocities against like other communities for sure, especially like you had the internment camps for Japanese and stuff or Chinese Americans too as well. So. Well, hopefully you're enjoying that book. I like books that give you history, but also put it in a fictional setting. I prefer in recent times to ingest my nonfiction in a historical fiction setting. I think it makes it more palatable I guess, is the term I'm looking for. So you're learning and also enjoying for I, it's very interesting to use the term enjoying a book when it's such tragedies, but it is an enjoyment of learning something, and getting a story out of it too. So hopefully you enjoy the book and it pans out every way that you want it to be. Okay. And learn some good stuff about it too. I'm gonna have to check that one out. 1871. All right. And where is that? LA. I'm just looking back at your thing. All right, in LA. Okay. What book did I what was it? What book was that I read? I'm trying to think of the yellow face by R.F. Kuang. R.F. Kuang talks a lot about that type stuff as well in Japanese and just Asians' plights in LA, and yellow face as well. So that was what came to mind when you said that there. I was trying to think of what book I was thinking about that talked a little bit about some of the atrocities that have happened that I've read in recent times. Have you read Yellowface? That's a good book, by the way. Have y'all read Yellowface? That's a really interesting book. Chantel says, I'm going to say the pink bows. I know, isn't it cute? And we didn't win. Travesty. I call foul play. Cynthia has the light pink. Oh man, nobody chose the one, number one. Ren made it to 52% of Verity Guild. Okay, you were in there. You were in there. Liking it thus far? Need to start my reread of Akatar for Mass Verse. So I'll be getting into part 1 of the graphic audio for that in the next sprint. I almost thought you were going to say graphic novel. I was going to be like, there's a graphic? I could probably get on board with a graphic novel of Akatar. I will say that I have not ventured into it because it's a long series. A lot of people have read it. I have so many other books I want to read. And especially with so many of the books out there already, it's like, oh, we got the series, series too. But I'm like, oh, I could get pretty far before the next book comes out, but I don't know. It's not on my list, but I'm interested in what y'all got to say. When I first joined BookTube, there was a BookTuber. I can't remember the name because I was just learning about this Avatar. Like every time I looked, it was somebody talking about it. I'm like, what is this? But it was a BookTuber that had you could tell she was into it, and she did a great job too. She had a whole chart, you have the diagrams that, the flip boards that you have at school where you can flip it. She had a whole thing detailed on who was who and their connections. I was invested. I watched at least 5 minutes of that video before I changed it. I didn't know who these people were. I was just shocked at just her level of scrutiny of the series and her diligence in putting that together. Well done, whoever you were. Well done, okay? But hopefully you enjoy it. Okay, I've heard people thoroughly enjoy it. My niece started reading that. She was talking about getting into being a reader. I need to see if she followed up, if she continued, because I know she read that first Akatar book because she posted about it on her IG, and then I know she read Fourth Wing, and then I haven't heard about her reading anything since. But she was talking about becoming a reader. I need to follow up. It was over a year ago. Keanu is reading Yesteryear, and it's a good time. Okay, enjoy. I've not heard of Yesteryear. Cynthia says, I also don't know about it, and I was born in LA. America tends to not want to scrutinize and talk about things that have happened in the past. Correction, things that have happened to other and minority populations, America tends not to want to talk about so much. When it comes to wars and things like that, people idolize those, but it depends on which ones, okay? They don't want to talk about some, and they will gladly talk about others and collect all the memorabilia. So, you got to do your own research. You haven't read? Oh, it was good. It was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot too, but I really did enjoy it. Just the audacity. I popped on the bandwagon because I mean it had an interesting premise, not gonna lie, but you know, it was Art Kwong. I never read her, at least I don't think I had. And so many people were talking about it. I gotta see what this is about. And I thoroughly enjoyed it, not gonna lie. Ren is really enjoying Verity Guild so far right now. It's the 4-star range, and I think it is a standalone, which I appreciate. We need more fantasy standalones that are good. Yes, I agree with you on that one, okay? See, you had this word called standalone. Let me go ahead and read up on Verity Guild, okay? Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I'm very much a standalone fantasy girly. If the books are out, you know, and I say this all the time, but the books are out, I could probably get behind a duology. Probably at max a trilogy, you know, but I prefer, it says #1 in the series. Hold up. The audio says #1 in the series. The regular book does not say it's a series. Let's see. Romance, mystery, fantasy. Come on. Secrets built this republic. I'm not going to read it aloud because I don't want to spoil it for y'all in case you're trying to be a little surprised. Praetorian. Shot together with nowhere to run. Okay. That sounds fun. Trying to figure out if I've read My Corland before. That name sounds familiar, unless y'all have just talked about them. It says best-selling author. Let me see if the library has. Oh, I knew it. See, I'm not completely delulu. My Corland. I'm like, I know that name. They wrote 5 Broken Blades, which I have read and I was upset about because it ended in a cliffhanger that I didn't know anything about, and it's a series. Let's see if any of the other, apparently it's 3 in the series and none of the others have come out. 4 Ruined Realms is the next one. When does that one come out? No, that's not right. It says January 2025. That can't be right. Is it? That can't be right. Maybe that's when 5 Broken Blades came out. Oh. Okay, maybe it is. Okay. So 5 Broken Blades apparently came out May 7, 2024. And last year, the second one have come out. Okay, maybe my library just doesn't have it then. Does it? Oh, it does. Okay. Well, that's not even a hold, but I am over it. I am over it. Let's see if the third one's come out yet. Oop, it has, apparently. Oh, wow. They came out 2 last year. Okay. Well, if you are still following the 5 broken, if you're still following the 5 Broken Blades trilogy, it looks like a trilogy, at least on my library app. All of the books have come out by My Corland. There you go. Okay. Anyway, Verity Guild. Oh, hold up. Why didn't I go down the rabbit hole of Verity Guild? Okay, let's see. Verity Guild. It doesn't say anymore. It just has the 1, but it says it's in a series. So I'm not sure what that means. So there we go. We have found information. Okay. I think Kiana, you read 5 Broken Blades. So if you're interested, the rest of the series is out. I don't know. I'm probably not going to revisit it. I was upset. I was upset about that. Same thing with, what was it? Heaven Breaker. Highly upset. Highly upset. It's like, finish it. Finish it. I felt like I got led on. Anyway, hopefully you're enjoying Verity Guild. Looks like a good time. Got some intrigue in there, got some romance, got somebody doing some bounty hunting. Well, maybe just hunting. All right, y'all. So we have on this day in history. All right. And so let's see. Today is July 14th. All right. July 14th. Apparently, Billy the Kid, real name is Henry McCarthy. I did not know that. Okay. A notorious American Wild West gunfighter, Billy the Kid was shot and killed at 21. 21? I thought he was older. Wow. I guess you lived and died early when you were young, back in the day. So in 1881, Billy the Kid was killed by law officer Patrick Floyd Garrett. The outlaw had committed at least 9 murders. Wow, Billy the Kid was nuts. Okay. Well, there we go. Billy the Kid, notorious American Wild West gunfighter, killed 9 people and was killed today. Apparently, in 1789, you had the storming of the Bastille. Hundreds of angry French citizens attacked the Bastille, which was a prison and fortress in Paris. The battle kickstarted the French Revolution, and the anniversary is celebrated as Bastille Day. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, or maybe I forgot. So in 1789, you had the kickoff of the French Revolution when you had French citizens storming the prison of Bastille. Apparently, the steam engine, which is called the Newcomen engine, one of the first commercially successful steam engine, was put to work pumping water out of mines in Tipton, UK. It helped pave the way for Britain's Industrial Revolution. Okay, the steam engine pumped water out of mines. Need that, okay? Keep the workers safe. Also on this day, in 1957, you have Raya Ataya joined Egypt's National Assembly to become the first female member of parliament in the Arab world. You go, girl. 1957, y'all. 1957. That is not too long ago. First female to actually get involved in politics in Egypt, okay, in the Arab world. In 2011, 5 days after becoming an independent country, South Sudan became the 193rd member of the United Nations. Wow. South Sudan, independent, own country, part of the United Nations, 2011. Not long ago either. In 2012, we have the first International Non-Binary Peoples Day, was celebrated for individuals who don't identify as male or female. I did not know that. Did not know that. Let me see if that's on my calendar. So apparently today is International Non-Binary Peoples Day. Let me see. My calendar has major holidays and also some not major. So I'm just trying to see if it's on my planner calendar. It does not. Okay. So July 14th is International Non-Binary Peoples Day. I had no idea that that was a day. Very interesting. Okay. You know what's funny is I would have thought because Queer Month is, or Pride Month is in June, I would have thought that would have been in June versus July. I wonder how that came to be at this point. And let's see who was born. A Nigerian painter and sculptor, Ben Nwonwu, was born in 1917, known for modernist style and one of the most influential African artists of the 20th century. And Maulana Karenga, as a Black American activist, was born in 1941. He created the week-long celebration Kwanzaa to honor African heritage in the U.S. I did not know that. I'm still celebrating the Christian holiday of Christmas when I do celebrate, but I'm aware of Kwanzaa. I'm not an avid celebrator of it though. But I did not know it was created by Karenga, Maulana Karenga. All right, learn something new. I thought that was more of, I don't know. I guess I thought Kwanzaa was created in Africa. I didn't realize that it's basically a U.S. thing. It was created by a U.S. Person. But 1941 is when the person was born. Interesting. I wonder if they're still alive today. Well, there we go. We have Kwanzaa. We have storming of the Bastille to create or to start the French Revolution. Billy the Kid, who was a badass, was killed. You have the steam engine, started helping out folks a little bit. You have first female parliament in that average world. And you have South Sudan becoming um, part of the United Nations and International Non Binary Day. That's a lot of interesting things in one day. Yay, yay, yay. There we go, y'all. We are going to get to our next and last sprint. Did I cue this? Yeah, I did. All right. So this is our last sprint here, and we're doing born urine animals because they deserve love too. We have 4 of them. We have, is that a cow? Okay, number 1 is a cow. He just looks very funny. Number 1 is a cow. Number 2 is a chicken. Number 3 is a goat, and number 4 is a porky pig. I'm gonna go with little person over here. Number 2. Okay, chickens need love too, and I'm gonna go with number 2. Let me know who you're going to put some support behind. Okay, I'm gonna go with the littlest animal on the farm, or at least on this placard here. Just trying to make sure this sits up here. Yeah. I think on this sprint, let me see. I may go take a shower and look up a book to read. Okay. So we have 1 through 4. Pick your poison. Make sure you put it in the chat. Okay. I'm going to start some timer. Happy reading. See, that's what happens when I run my mouth. Sorry. I was talking to my husband about this Nolan Wells case and some little podcast that I was looking at on the break. And I thought I had 10 more seconds. Okay, well, the chicken won. Yay. Okay, of the three races, I won one today. So I am not mad at it at all. So yay me. Yay me. I have a root beer here, you know, those little Crystal Light packets, the powders. I made some root beer. So drinking that, 5 calories, gotta love it. On that one, Cynthia had chosen the goat. Goat did not win. It was number two, number two, number two. That is it for us on the sprint. I want y'all to continue to follow the Nolan Wells case. It's very interesting. I'm curious how it all pans out. I just think that it could be someone in my family potentially. So not with the boat and all that craziness because we ain't got no money, but still, I want media presence and people to continue to follow that. So it's not one of those cases that just gets left off and you have an innocent person that somehow doesn't get justice for whatever may or may not have happened. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to be the first to say there's a lot of scenarios in which the people being I don't even know. But there's the other case with the boy that went fishing as well. So don't, keep these people in your prayers, keep your families in your prayers as well, because I think everybody deserves justice, especially in these sketchy situations that seem to be arising more and more lately. Okay. That's why we read good books. So hopefully y'all have read some good books. During this sprint, we got the Verity's Guilds, Son of the, oh my gosh, the Moon. Oh, no. What was that book's name? Daughters of the Sun and the Moon. And some others, okay? Let's see. What is on the docket here, y'all? Let's see what's on the docket. I should have a video coming out tomorrow if y'all are interested in it. I went to a concert and, I'm going to post about it. So it's a short video if you're interested. And then I should have a little wrap up for Gay Shit on Saturday and whatnot. So I will be back next week on the 21st for Sprint at 10 a.m. EST. And we'll do this again. I hope to actually be on time and not oversleep. Okay. So that should be that. Ren chatted in different sprints. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you so much for coming by. I always appreciate it. You bring a lot of light into the conversation. Much appreciated. I go. I'm gonna go get out of here and do some stretches on the floor. And then you'll see me in some chats. I don't know which. We'll see what's happening. You'll see me in some chats. But I'm going to do that and then maybe do a few little book reviews to get some stuff done. Okay. So I will see y'all around. Thank y'all very much for coming by. It's been a great day. Much appreciated. Have a good day. Okay. Good. Wrong one. There we go. Bye-bye, y'all.